All right, welcome to another stream of mine. And yeah, again, I wouldn't call it a late night stream. Relatively early for me. Usually I only start at 12 o'clock or later, but at the moment I do have a little bit of time to spare. So this is actually the second stream already. So I did some streaming, starting at, what was it, before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, doing a stream, DayZ stream, for almost 4 hours, and this is the follow-up. So this is actually the third stream. The first one was yesterday afternoon, and this afternoon the second, and now this is the third. So we are already alive since quite a while. So the game is about survival, and it looks like we are succeeding, at least a bit. So this is the third stream in a row. It was night time. Well, actually I wanted to check what is the time on the server. Didn't check it. Oh yeah, it's gonna be night time soon. That's not very good because the night on this server is very dark. So it's 4:30 on the server. We have a compass. Yeah, so the sun is already deep in the west. I forgot to put on my headphones. Let's do that, and here we are. Now let's see what we have here. This is a bit weird, having this industrial building here in the middle of nowhere on the beach. Is there something? What is this? A hunter jacket, giving us only low insulation. Yes, they changed it since a while ago. So in the past, the hunter jackets were my favorites, and I particularly like this one here, but this is the summer hunter jacket, and so it's only low insulation. So they actually adapted the level of insulation of the hunter jackets to the camo. So the winter hunter jacket is the one with the best insulation. And the summer, the one with the worst. Yeah, by the way, let's have a little look at our inventory. So here we have the army pouch. Pretty much like it because it has such a low visible cross section. Okay, and then we have the carabine and the Marlin, which is a lever action rifle, which I quite like from its appearance. This is how it looks like. And we have buttstock ammo pouches strapped to both of these guns, which gives us a considerable additional inventory. And you could not only put ammo there, but other small items as well. Yeah, we are all right in terms of food. drink as well. But yeah, we are going to the nowhere at the moment. So the question really is whether it is sufficient stuff that I have with me. And all these places here feel relatively looted. So there might have been players around. And what I really need now is a raft, a rubber raft, a Zodiac. But they are so very rare. Yeah, on the last stream this afternoon, things got pretty rough. So I entered some military area in the direction of Paris Island. And yeah, suddenly I was attacked by something like, yeah, I thought it was 7, but maybe looking backwards, maybe it was just 4 military zombies at a time. And one of them was a stag, military zombie. And I do have the suspicion that these stag zombies are especially hard to kill. Not in a sense that you do not need 2, but 4 or 5 hits to kill them, but just by hitting them you have no chance to kill them, but you have to pump them full of lead until they die. And that was one of them. So I fell unconscious, and when I awake I was just in time able to stop my bleedings and locked myself in the military building, and then I started to shoot from the roof and killed 3 zombies. And that stag zombie, I didn't get a clear shot on its head, so I fired 2 rounds into its chest and it still lived. And then I fell off the roof. That was pretty stupid. My leg broke and but still I was able to crawl away. And yeah, finally bandage my broken leg. And over time it healed. And now I'm fit again. And I still have plenty of rounds for the Marlin, but no rounds for a carabine anymore. Yeah, if I would find a raft, I would try to get to the oil rigs. Yeah, problem is I might find a raft, but it might be missing a spark plug or it might be missing fuel. That's why I am actually carrying a spark plug with me. Just in case. Let's take a look at the map. Okay, so there is Westbrook. Meanwhile, we are north of Westbrook. And right now I think we are approaching this peninsula. There is this green dot north of Westbrook, and west of that one, the peninsula. That's where we are going at the moment. So let's see what we're gonna do. Maybe going for these islands. Let's see. Yeah, the problem is that it's getting evening again. And maybe I shouldn't take a swim before nightfall, because it's just gonna be too cold then. Yeah, it's a bit of a bad luck that we entered the server just in the evening. Don't quite like that. At least it's a beautiful evening atmosphere. The sun going down, casting its rays through the trees. Isn't that beautiful? It's just as beautiful as the U-boat nature, the U-boat scenery. Yeah, maybe we don't have to swim. On the map you see that there is this stretch of shallow water. Oh yeah, let's first check that hiker's spot. Oh yeah. What about our headlamp? Badly worn battery. Maybe we would just change the battery like that. What is this? A hip pack with a map. We do have a hip pack and we do have a map. That's it. So now, I think I never discovered that, but the map shows it pretty clearly that there is some shallow path. Let's see if this will allow us to walk to that other island. And maybe to that boat. Here we go. Yeah, let's see. Maybe we have to swim a bit, but maybe not. I'm curious if my trousers are gonna be wet or just my shoes. Yeah, the trousers and the shoes. The game is very consistent about that. So would I like to get there and check boat, maybe I would. I don't have any matches, by the way. No, I'm curious. Hey. Great. All the effort of walking here, and then there is just nothing. But that's DayZ. Not just because something takes effort and you do it means that you are rewarded with some Easter egg or something. Yeah, survival-wise, I would say this is really the most unforgiving game. Of course, combat-wise, there are others like Tarkov, which are even tougher. But I particularly love the survival aspect of the game. This is the first time that I recognize that you can walk all the way. Or hopefully we can walk all the way. Let's see. Maybe we have to swim on the... No. We can walk all the way. That's amazing. I'm still freezing nevertheless because I'm getting wet pants. Gonna have to ring them, but let's first get to the safety maybe of that house. Yeah, I think I'm gonna light a fire. But let's first wring our trousers. Alright. Yeah, maybe we don't need that stick. By the way, what we don't have all the time, we didn't find any fishing hook. So at the moment, we couldn't fish even if I wanted to. And we need some bark, right? Let's see that we got the 2 pieces of bark. one piece of bark, touch it, and now we're gonna craft a hand drill kit. To light the fire. Hey, weight loss! Here we are again. Good evening. Hope you had a good time since we last met. Nice that you drop in again. So I just got wet pants, well, from walking through deep water. So I would like to dry my pants, and oh, my boots are damaged by now, but I can repair them actually. I do have a leather zone kit. So now let's just place them in front of the fire. Yeah, that should be enough to get them dry. Now we can just hope that there is no Evel Knievel survivor bandit passing by, because the smoke column out of the chimney will be well seen. There we are getting the plus symbol, which is going to grant us warmth for a while. Okay, the pants are dry. Yeah, it's a pity that I don't have anything to barbecue. Yeah, I'm gonna need some drink. Okay, now the boots are only damp. I wonder if I could get more than one plus symbol. I think it depends a bit on the gear that you're wearing. Okay, let's patch up the shoes. And there we are, having nice warm shoes again. And come on, let's go. So the sun is setting, and this is how it looks like. Smoke being emitted from the chimney. Now let's have a little walk around the island. And see if we find something. But But if I remember right, there is not much to be found on this island. But you might always be lucky and run into a randomly spawned or abandoned zodiac. Yeah, we need some water sooner or later. The only water that we have left now is here in the bottle. Yeah, wow, isn't that beautiful? Yeah, beautiful and deadly. Yeah, that's one thing of several that U-Boat and DayZ have in common. The beautiful modeling of the countryside, or respectively the seaside. I think I never went that close to this propeller. To actually check. Yeah, but it's just a pillar. No way to get inside. Yeah, how do you call that correctly in English? You're right. Wind turbine, yeah, that's good. I really wasn't aware of the word, of the proper word. So thanks a lot. Windmill, yeah. They would call it like that as well. Okay. Yeah, technically not correct because it's not milling, right? But I think this misunderstanding is very old. Also, all these windmills in the Netherlands, they're all traditionally called windmills, and usually they are not used for milling, but much more often they were used to run the pumps, right? For the poldering. To keep the country dry, okay. Somebody has been doing some base building here, but I don't quite see the point. Pretty much looks like he didn't finish it. Okay, that's kind of weird. And what is this? So some 22 rounds and this, a pole. So this is the base of a flagpole or something. Yeah, I never do base building, so after playing this game for years, I have still no any idea about base building. Oh, hey, I did come in here, didn't I? Okay, that's a bug. But I think I can get out here. Thank you very much. And the sun is gone. So it feels a bit like this is one of the most western parts of the archipelago. No, probably not. We can take a look at the map. Okay, so there is Westbrook at the bottom left, the village of Westbrook, and there is this island, and this is where we are right now, on the very most western tip of that island, west of Westbrook. And as you see, yes, there is, for example, that one in the north, which resembles Helgoland. This is stretching much further west. So it's not the most western point of the archipelago. It's gonna get dark soon. And as we learned this afternoon, the nights on this server are pretty dark. Yeah, maybe we can use the night for a little walk in the wilderness when it doesn't matter too much. But in this darkness I would never like to enter a village and encounter zombies. Look how fast that is. By the way, that's weird. So now suddenly the number of watches dropped to 1, although I can't quite believe that you all dropped out at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, however, nighttime streaming, I don't like it, and I don't like to play DayZ at night, and I don't like to stream it at night. I also don't like to watch other people playing at night. So that's not good. much of a chance to find your bearing like that. Oh yeah, there is still a little bit of... Wow, that was amazing. There was still a bit of orange in the sky. Just too great. Yeah, let's see if we find our path back to the mainland. In this illumination, we wouldn't even spot a zodiac if it were somewhere a few yards away from the coastline. There is something, but I can't tell what it is. The Milky Way up there. That's beautiful. Beautiful sky. Yeah, it must be there. Let's hope that we don't get lost in the darkness. But we are still following that shallow stretch. Whoa. Now I'm completely wet. This is what I wanted to avoid. Freezing by now. Now let's see that we wring our gear to get it at least damp. Hey, Holiday Punch. Nice to have you in again. Yeah, I was exploring that island and there was a way to get there without swimming and just wading. But in the darkness I didn't quite get the path and dropped into a deep pool, and now all my gear is wet. I'm wringing it so that finally it's only damp, but just by wringing you don't get it into a better state than just being damp, and there's also still degenerates the insulation of your clothing. Yeah, this one is dry. This one I think I can't wring the gloves. Yeah, so I have to go like that. And yeah, now it's completely dark. So it's 11 o'clock in real life. So let's hope that the night only takes something like 10 minutes. And let's follow the coastline. Just have to make sure that we don't fall down a cliff in the darkness. Yeah, I have a head torch, but it would be pretty hazardous to turn on the head torch, because this makes you visible to just anybody. Let's take a look at the sky. There should be some well-known groups of stars. I just don't know the names of them in English. Okay, like that one. What's the name of that one? In German it's der große Wagen. And if you follow the line of these two and stars, you would end up at one bright star, so this one there must be the polar star, which means that this is north. Let's see if we are right with that. Yes. So even at night you could orient. Ursa Majoris. Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, I should have known that from having read The Hitchhiker's Guide Through the Galaxy, right? Although they usually mention Ursa Minor, which is, I think, where the headquarters of the company is that published The Hitchhiker. The Hitchhiker's Guide Through the Galaxy, wasn't it like that? Hey, Holiday Punch. It's a 5-stream series. Great. Great to have you. So I'm trying to talk away some of the time, because I really don't like to be walking in the darkness. You never quite know what you run into. But at least we are not freezing at the moment. Yeah, we have a damp. Yeah, there is certain stuff that you can't wring, like the hip pack, the backpack, but they do not contribute to cold. So the tactical shirt has slightly reduced insulation. Because it's damp, it makes it medium insulation. When it's dry, it would give high insulation. Yep, it is PvP. Yep, this whole server is PvP. Exactly. Not today, but yesterday. In yesterday's stream, we had a nice little team up with a friendly guy from England. didn't run into anybody in my afternoon stream, and also not right now. But yeah, I'm only online since 45 minutes again. So you were in that stream in the afternoon, and I finished it at, what was it, 7 o'clock or something, and made a break, and I just restarted 45 minutes ago. Well, not restarted. Restart sounds like starting with a new live. I am continuing with that live, which I started yesterday. So this is actually the third stream in a row with one and the same live without dying. I don't know yet. At the moment I feel a bit tired, but I think I will get into the mood again and stream for a little while tonight. Particularly when the sun comes up again. There was also some stretch where we could cross without getting wet feet. You could just hope that you don't run into an enemy or other survivor who has a night vision. So beautiful. But can we see the moon somewhere? Yeah, the Milky Way stretches from west to east. So that would be south. I think the moon has set already. Or it is somewhere behind the clouds. Explosions in the far distance. Might be a heli crash. By the way, what about the loadout between my voice level and the level of the game sound? Is it alright? Yeah, thanks for that feedback. That's always a bit hard to judge while you're in stream. Wet shoes. Damp. Yeah, our tactical shirt is dry again, but our trousers are still damp. Yeah, maybe that's all right. It would change if I would get into a gunfight. I could tune up the game sounds a bit. Let me try. So I increased the sound level by 1.1 decibel. Do you recognize any change in the sound level of the game sounds? By the way, I briefly have to check with our rabbits. I hope that meanwhile they return to their cage. Hey, not wet, just cold. Nice that you make yourself visible in the chat. I was just about to be AFK for 2 minutes because I have to check the cage of our rabbits. They actually had been going back into the cage so that I can close it. And it's night, yeah. But I think the night should be over in a few minutes. The night is pretty dark, but it is accelerated, so I think... Yep, be back in a minute or two. They are a bit reluctant to get back into the cage. All right, back again. Okay. Any signs of what is that? What do we have there? It's just a roof. Or but it looks so bright. Is there some illumination on that roof? Yes. There is someone up there, exactly. Exactly, that's so eerie. darkness I can't even use my sights. Yeah, they make it pretty eerie as well. So now I see some lights there. Maybe there's somebody having a torch. It doesn't look like a head torch. Maybe somebody is walking around there with a real torch. Is there a guy coming? The server is not very populated. Should be something like 30% full. Yeah, I'm freezing at the moment, that's right. How would somebody stay at one point such a long time? Maybe somebody is having a fire there, but if it were a fire, it would be more regular. It would not be bright and then going away again. Oh shit. There is definitely somebody. Okay, I think we get a bit of first hints of daylight, don't we? Yeah, maybe somebody's having a campfire there. And there we see the first hints of daylight. This is military, and I would like to keep away from military. And oh no, it's daylight and I'm in the middle of this meadow. That's bad. There was definitely a guy up there. Yeah, the sun rose, but no idea what that was. I hate that sound of the rustling of the bushes. That really gives me the creeps. I really don't know what it is up there. There was a concrete wall. Yeah, let's run. That should get us warm. That was creepy. A creepy apparition. Okay, now I think we are approaching this summer camp thing. .308. So let's drop these damaged ones and pick up this one. Getting wet shoes again. Well, I think they never went dry. Pristine, pristine, but this one has no battery in it. High insulation, hunter pants. Let's switch. Same carrying capacity, but the camouflage is beautiful. It's the autumn camo. And yeah, let's craft some more rags. Wow, this now really scares the shit out of me to have that feeling. Let's disinfect the rags. That somebody was there. Now we have have disinfected rags to bandage ourselves. Maybe that's the one that I already checked. I don't have any means to repair it, so all right. Nothing. I'm not going to check all of them. See, oh, this summer camp is so large. Great. A Zuin kit. That looks like somebody did some inventory management here. Damaged working gloves. My gloves are fine. So let's check that booth. There might be zombies on the shore. Keep that in mind. Oh, that comes in handy. We need the inventory space. Let's drink it right away. And get the spaghetti. And get moving. Netting. We don't need. A receiver GPS. Nope, we don't need a GPS. Receiver. We are perfectly fine with the map. Hunting scope. I don't think that I can mount it on this one, can I? Yeah, I can. Wonderful. And what about this one? As well. Oh, nice. Wow. That was a good find. Ours was another 308 then. Yeah, I never would put on these enormously large hiking backpacks. Trekking mountain backpacks, or however it is called, and particularly not if it is red. And it seems like they all used to be red. So you can have your mountain backpack in any color as long as it is red, it seems. So I'm starting to relax a bit again, but yeah, looting that summer camp, that really made me nervous, because yeah, we had that encounter in the night where it pretty much looked like that, just like 30 meters away there was a guy in the darkness. And of course, it might be pretty probable that that guy would just follow the same loot route as we do and loot that place. So I should now really reconsider my pistol strategy. Oh shit, that scared the shit out of me. Pristine. Wow, what was that? That was an explosion. Not mortar fire, gas mortar, or a heli crash. That was just an explosion. Is this what you get when you blow up a gas tank? So maybe it would be reasonable to drop the P1. Don't need to carry two pistols with you. Inventory Tetris again. Okay, let's have it like that. Okay, we are fine in terms of temperature. Let's go. Hunter pants. I have nice pants already. Not quite sure whether I want to check out that one. I think I ran into evil trouble there once back in the wild. I once found a zodiac here. There's a zombie there, by the way. Okay, nothing here. Yeah, I don't know. I would say this place looks looted. Yeah. I once found a rubber raft here, floating close to the shore. What the fuck? Somebody has put up a tent in here. This is pretty crazy. With almost nothing useful. Maybe I would like to replace the sickle by the bayonet. It takes less inventory space actually. Come on, let's stick to the sickle. It gave me good service up to now. What is this? A rotten? No. A dried potato. All right. So let's have the potato while we are here in the hiding. And let's see that we make a plan. Get a look at the map. We are not yet at Old Town. I think we are somewhere a little bit south of Old Town. Yeah. .308, come on. This one is worn, and this one is worn as well. We don't have to collect ammo for a gun that we don't have. By the way, what about the status of my boots? They're still fine. Very good. Let's add that right away. Hey, not wet, just cold. Thank you very much for using my little icon there of the moon. Did I mention that I did take this picture of the moon by myself with my telescope? Yeah, I think I did mention it a few days ago, right? And from me re-mention it, you might guess that I'm a bit proud on that one. Yeah, the other side of the coin is that it's many years ago that I actually did put up my telescope. For some reason I don't feel inclined to go down there and loot there. I do have a bad gut feeling about that place. Yeah, great. I mean, do you also do it? Do you have a telescope? Yes. Yeah, that's right. Then you could even with a binocular, with a good binocular, you could even see how beautiful it is, and also with your bare eyes, yeah. And then you have these, yeah, three-dimensional thing with, yeah, shadows in the craters and everything. That's so beautiful and so amazing. I mean, to have some flat, bright disk on the sky is one thing, but to really have evidence that it's obviously a big kind of a big circular stone moving around Earth. That's so amazing. Only short time ago there was nothing around here. So that's so beautiful that yeah, that last update of the map was just great, which John McLean did. Yes, I mean, you could imagine that two people on two different continents in the same moment look at the moon. And that connects somehow, doesn't it? Yes, it definitely does, yeah. Yeah, looking at the stars with a telescope is a nice thing, but about the stars, if you look at the sky with your bare eyes, a star is just a dot. And if you look at it with a periscope, it is still a dot. And even if you look at it with a mega expensive scientific telescope, it is still just a dot. But the moon really reveals a lot of structure. So was this already Old Town? I'm not quite sure. I think not. I thought Old Town must be larger. I said periscope, yes. How it comes. Yeah. Yeah. So on we move. On this beautiful island called Deer Island. My plan is to get up that hill to get some overview, but let's not walk in the open, let's stay a bit in the hiding in the tree line. And yeah, allow me this little bit of cheating and check the launcher, because I'm curious how many people are on the server right now. Not too many. Not too many, but that doesn't mean that we would not run into any of them. Yes, I have. I actually have seen deer. So in the afternoon stream, I had 2 deer flying away from me. If I had sneaked upon them, I could have shot them, at least one of them, to get them the meat. But so they spotted me first before I saw them running away. I'm good at survival, but I'm not that good at PvP. I'm not a good marksman. And yeah, my problem is that as soon as it really comes to PvP, I often am scared to death because, yeah, I am so immersed into the game that I cannot just technically do it and aim and shoot and things like that, but I really get deeply involved emotionally into the game, which is of course great and gives me a great feeling about playing it. But on the other hand, that is like, there are things which just scare me, and when I run into other players, I often get too excited to make good decisions. So this is Old Town, and oh yes, is it that? Oh yeah, here we have that military, this industrial area, and over there Old Town. It's this one with this high concrete wall, which pretty much looks like they were fighting a last stand there, but obviously not too successfully. I really wonder if I should check that village. Well, let's first go down. I see this military crate. Let's see if there is something in. But, well, first we must see if we can get across this fence. Oh yeah, you cannot climb the barbed wire fences. That's the point. BDU jacket, medium insulation. Minus high insulation. Gonna keep that one. But what to do next? What to do next? Yeah, these guys really meant to give it a last stand, obviously. Oh yes. There we get in. Zombie over there. Old Town, yeah. Look how overgrown the whole area is. Okay, let me get down. I have to be AFK briefly. Be back in 1 minute. So, we're back again and we're still alive, which you can't take for granted in DayZ. A glow stick, great. Some glasses. No, come on. Combat sites. Don't think that I do have any gun to put them on. Luckily, I do have a decent step west anyway. Suit pants, great. And a tomato. Very good. Dried tomato. Come on, there is just nothing. Almost nothing. Gloves. Worn working gloves. Pristine working gloves. It's amazing that they're still pristine, although I am having them all that time. This place is so eerie. It feels so lost. combat boots. I could repair them. Oh, wow. MP5. No, but something like that looks pretty similar to an MP5. Okay, so that's some kind of a special version of the G36. Which type of rounds does it use? Okay. Don't have any of these rounds. But now I have this gun here without rounds. So okay, I can't install the buttstock ammo pouch there. It's exactly one round in it. Yeah, having the map is pretty comfortable. Yeah, but still I'm running out of inventory space. Yeah, let's keep going. By the way, how does the gun feel? I want to check that combat sights. I'm pretty sure that it must be compatible to this gun. So what if I put a battery in? Mm. Any little bit of food is welcome. And a well would be as well. Code lock. Nothing that I need. That's now the ammo for the gun that I just dropped. But 2 rounds. Don't win a war. Back door is closed. .556 by 45. That's exactly the ammo that I need. Okay, nothing. Let's check the roof briefly. looks like a big junkyard. Just nothing. So restart in 30 minutes, okay. A burlap sack, but I don't need that one. So let's have as much of the honey as we can eat. We are really running out of inventory space. But there's really nothing that I would like to drop at the moment. A shovel, great. Yeah, everything looks so overgrown. It looks so very much like a last stand. But obviously an unsuccessful last stand. Looks like these guys finally had become overrun by the apocalypse. I really wonder what happened here. That could be a whole story. Oh yes. Problem is that my stomach is full. Wow. I have to keep in mind that we have that well here, and check these buildings and then return. Teddy bear and nothing else. Potato. A knife, okay. Wonder if I could put that knife there. Okay, alright. It's pristine, so drop the sickle. CR. There was a CR max somewhere and I dropped it. Alright, so good that I found that knife, so I could put it into the boots and drop that cumbersome sickle. rubber slugs. No. No, finally. To the hospital. The doctor hanged himself. Come on, nothing. How could there be so much nothing? Some rounds on the floor. Badly damaged 9mm. No. There is never anything hidden in the teddy bear. Okay, zombie. Wow. All right. Yes, have a good night. Look, and I'm definitely gonna stream tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm probably gonna stream U-Boat again. So looking forward to see you tomorrow. Have a good night. I'm also finishing within the next 15 minutes. See you. Did you see that wonderful lightning strike down there? Let's go north. Let's leave this sad document of human failure. Yeah, at least we got some nice loot. Let's see that we reach the coast. This starts to look a bit swampy. I definitely don't want to get into the swamps. Okay, let's check that lone building. Looks a bit weird. That is so beautifully modeled. It's so great what John McLean did on this map. So how was it? Do I have it? I have something in my mind that the path along the coast was blocked around here. No, it's not, or at least not yet. Yeah, Holiday Punch, isn't it? That's really amazing. However, yeah, the graphics is not kind of high end, but from an arts point of view, it's just so amazing what they do. And the sounds and everything, the colors, the swaying trees in the wind. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what graphics quality is actually streamed. So probably I see the game in a bit better quality than you do in the stream, I would guess, but I'm not quite sure about that. So we have that haze. At least we drank ourselves full and refilled the bottle. Refilled the bottle of water at the well. Ah, come on, I don't feel like going for Helgoland at the moment. That isle over there with that spire in the very south. This boat invites to investigate. But nothing there. Yeah, even the up and down of the waves on the shore is done beautifully. So dynamic. Let's have an eye on the map. So we passed Old Town, so I think we are now moving westwards on that coast north of Old Town, eastwards, moving eastwards on that map, north of Old, on that shores or north of Old Town. And there you see that it is still a long stretch to swim to that island north. Yeah, so if I look at it from here, I would say we just have that little walk to this small island, and from there it's just a small swim to that large island. But if you look at the map, you see that it is a hell of a swim. Yeah, but I don't know. Should I stay or should I go now? I still feel in the mood to continue a bit. Yeah, come on, let's carry on. Yeah, I just had that thought, hey, there is so few people watching, is it worthwhile to continue? Yeah, it is. And Holiday Punch, you're watching. And not quite sure who's still in. Not Wet, Just Cold, are you still in? Weight loss. So it's definitely worthwhile to continue a bit. If you guys are watching and we might have a little more chat, that's just fine. Yes, you are still there. Great. Let's continue exploring. Let's go further north. Right now, we are gonna pass the swamps. So the swamps are over there. And here on the coastline, we are actually evading the swamps. The swamps, I just don't like them. They're so eerie, and you run into military zombies there randomly. And yeah. Yeah, I know that from streams of other players that there is some hidden secret in the middle of the swamps. There is kind of a temple, and yeah, I never went there yet, only saw it on the videos and streams of other people. So, server restart in 4 minutes, and I'm not gonna turn in, I'm gonna continue after the restart. Yeah, I always like to stay close to the wood line. And there is the swamps beginning. Okay, the weather is improving again. At least it's getting a bit brighter. And still, it didn't rain all the time, although again and again we had a thunderstorm raging. I quite like that gun. Okay. So, I'll be AFK just for a minute, or 2 or 3, and then we are going to continue this one. Yeah, not tonight. I already had my snack. Yeah, and even a bit more. So let's see what the status of the server is. Great that you're still there. Yeah, it's roughly 11 o'clock on the server in game time. And another, yes. So let's get back onto the server. On we go. Okay, the weather has changed for the better, definitely. Yeah, there are these buildings. So we have all this northern European vegetation here, or Northern American vegetation, and then I have no idea why John McLean decided to implement these clay North Africa, Morocco-like buildings. There we have an oil rig. I think this, not quite sure if this is an oil rig or a factory. So this is south. When the sun is there and it's 11 o'clock, I would guess that this is south. It's always good to train your... Okay, not quite, but almost. Yeah, we have a compass, but you could easily do without. I mean, like the weather that we had half an hour ago, of course, you know, you would never be able to navigate by the sun, because the sun was just not the least visible. But most of the time you at least see some hint of where the sun is. You know what that is? So we are gonna have a swim. There is the zodiac that I've been hoping for so long. But it's high probability that it is out of fuel or that its parts missing. At least we do have a spark plug, just in case. Yeah, well, and then it wouldn't have become wet. Yeah, maybe. So that's definitely nothing that is usually done in the DayZ community. We can wring our clothes afterwards, and you never know what happens. I mean, if I would leave my clothes at the shore, it would mean that I leave also most of my equipment on the shore. And this is just too risky that some guy passes by. It's just Murphy's Law. If there is just one other guy on the server and you do this, he's gonna pass by and take your stuff. You can dive, and when you dive you can actually drown, not just by swimming, but I don't have the keys present, but you could actually dive. I would have to check the key bindings, but you can dive, and if you dive too deep and do not get back to the surface when you're out of breath, you die. Except you have a scuba diver's equipment with bottles and the bottles filled and everything. But there is a lot of ifs. So to have a fully operable diving equipment, you need to do a lot of things. Be very lucky in finding particular stuff. For example, bottles. And then find a place to fill them. Okay. Fuel is orange. That's probably not good. It's not starting. Okay, it's missing a spark plug, so I do have a spark plug. Here we are. Now let's ring our gear. There is a zombie on the shore. I remember that at that bridge I ran into very ugly military zombies. So see, the hunter pants are only wet because they are a little bit more water resistant. And the ski mask is drenched, so I have to wring it at least one more time. The rest I can't wring. Yeah, let's go for the oil rig. Let's see how far we can get. With the fuel that we have. Oh shit. Let's see how far we get with the fuel that we have. I really wonder if we're gonna reach the oil rig. That's the closest one, the closest oil rig to the south. So we have a little project now. I think I haven't been on that oil rig. I had been visiting one oil rig, but it was one of the more northern ones. Well, that one looks pretty military-like. At the moment, I don't see any movement there. Don't see any movement. The other oil rigs didn't look that military-like. Thought I would be able to push it. Well, maybe I don't need it. So I have to do the ringing again. Ring all my stuff. Yeah, it's pretty warm. It's noon right now, so the sun is warming. This really makes a difference in the game. At lunchtime it's much warmer, and earlier and later it's colder. So good loot, obviously. How to get in there? Navy uniform pants, low insulation. Okay, damaged. Easy decision. Okay, it's so easy just to open the door. The Pioneer. Any rounds? Nope. Okay, we can go up that ramp, but ooh. A Feigar mag. No, come on. Whoa. M16. So what's better, the M16 or the G36? Okay, let's get upstairs. Can I climb that ladder? Nope, it's just cosmetics. But let's get up here and check if there is anything worthwhile. Nope, nothing. Wouldn't jump from this one. We would have another broken bone. The assault backpack. So this is a difficult question. The assault backpack has an enormous inventory space. No. Not gonna pick it up. Pioneer. Hydraulic fluid for a heli. Yeah, come on, I can't carry this one around. Just in case if I found a heli somewhere standing around. Okay. Yeah, all right. It's not in the best condition, but I think this is the very first time that I have an M16 with a proper mag. So it takes 20 rounds. Okay, what type of ammo is this now? I wonder if there are players now standing on the shores with a binocular and watching me. Smoke grenade. Stack Industries. So it pretty much looks like that this company, Stack Industries, was doing quite some bullshit here. Let's get up there and check what's up on the roof. Yeah, I could never do that in real life. Oh, well, at least I wouldn't enjoy it. Nah, come on. Not gonna climb up there. Oh, this gives me the creeps, even in the game. So let's see what we get here. Okay, SG5, that's actually the MP5, the Heckler & Koch MP5. But as I don't have it, it's of not much use. A rangefinder. Yeah, that would always be comfortable. But let me just give it a try and that's just too far away, obviously. 400 meters. $700. Yeah, but still I don't have the inventory slots to carry that around with me. I was never aware that you could even climb on top of that one. Okay, there is just nothing of worth for me. A gas mask. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna fill my inventory with that. The field backpack. No. I could repair it, but this has an enormous inventory. Come on. Let's repair it with the Zuin kit and then keep it. My dear army pouch, you served me well. Okay, so this looks like I would not get away from here. Night vision goggles. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's such a rare item, the night vision goggles. A combat knife. That's good. What was the condition? It's worn, so perfect. This is really a maze. WHV is what? Oh, okay, all right. How do we get up there? Okay, this one just ends there. How do I get there? How do I get there? How do I get into this inside area of the platform? Okay. What about this ladder? Where does it bring me? It's so easy, but you have to find it. Okay, doesn't make sense, as I'm already wearing that hip pocket. Okay, whatever this is good for. Patrol pants. Okay, great gun, but without a mag. I think I like this one better than the M16. But I do have a mag for the M16. So I found some stuff, but not very spectacular finally. That's the Viga mag. I think this is the better gun, actually. All right. So I think we did check everything except for that tower. Shall we do that? Finally. I mean, now that we are here, it would be stupid to leave that out. Yeah, let's see what we get up there. I think I hadn't yet been on that platform. Oh my god, that's so frightening. And well, from this point of view, we saw that there is still one area which we didn't yet check. And that's this one there. Looks a bit weird how to get there. Nice view. Still. Yeah, that's typical DayZ, that it is completely useless to climb up there except for the nice view. No Easter egg up there, no nothing. So it was good that we climbed up there, because otherwise we would have recognized that we missed to check out this one. Yeah, that's good. We need drink. Wow. That looks good. An AK with just anything. So I really love that gun, but I think I'm gonna part from it in favor of that automatic gun. All right, so we have two nice guns now. Bushlight jacket. Best insulation. Ah, come on, let's stick to the one that we have. Poor guy. Another spark plug. Let's get it. I should have taken the spark plug from the raft. Wow. Okay, they're both damaged. Maybe sooner or later I might have the opportunity to repair the mags. Maybe I'm lucky and find a weapon repair kit. This one is even badly damaged, so I think I wouldn't use it. A Pioneer mag. Badly damaged. Come on. Oh, what happens if we combine them? So finally, I didn't find any item. I was pretty sure that I might find this underwater signal finder. So I don't know if there is still some area which I didn't check. But this I definitely did check. Ooh, what's that? Nah. I really wonder if they wear each time you put a round in or take one out. I didn't like that noise. Okay, so no passkey, no underwater detector, no nothing. Yeah, but still, nice equipment to be acquired. Give me a second. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, okay, so that was a bit like Christmas. It's quite some time ago that I felt so well equipped in terms of automatic rifles. But I think by now we have checked just anything. So now we have to keep fingers crossed that the fuel will be sufficient to bring us back to the shore. One more smoke grenade. Okay, so now this makes a real marksman rifle out of that one. Alright, that's just great. Alright, the boat is still there. Now I just have to get it into the water somehow. Can't I just push it? Okay, it's yellow. So I think yellow in terms of fuel is probably better than orange in terms of fuel, right? So I really wonder what happens if I save now, if I exit the game. Now I do have the raft. If I save, I'm relatively sure that the raft will probably be lost. And I would be stranded here in the middle of nowhere on that island. Yeah, but it's too late. I can't loot the place, so... Yeah, let's get the spark plug. That might help. That nobody else is gonna steal it. And let's get ashore into the woods and give it a save. And then call it a day. Alright, so here we are. And so I'm curious if we are gonna find that raft again tomorrow when we restart the game. So thanks for joining, guys, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye. By the way, tomorrow I'm gonna do my late night stream, and I'm doing U-Boat as usual. But maybe over the day I might continue this one here. All right. Have a good night then.